जल्दी से, तेजी से मेरा महल बनाओ। येलो रेड बुल अब हाथ न रुके। अरे मुझे तो निकालो।
sweep out. The front leg as well is the one that can dictate whether you hit behind square. So if you get the ball inside line of your pad, you can hit behind, and if you get it outside, it means you can hit in front. It's just subtle adjustments, and then a bowler goes, well, I'm bowling my best ball, where do I go now?
Yeah, he can play that soft sweep as well.
Yeah, apart from where the foot is placed, Marto, it's also the angle of the bat. So the more horizontal the bat goes, the squarer it goes. As soon as you start to lift the bat up and the face towards the heaven and come down the ball, it goes finer. So it's just refining those little things in practice sessions where there's maybe nothing to lose apart from just getting the angles of delivering. Now, if you come underneath the ball, obviously that then goes in front of square towards cow corner, which is the riskier option.
Don't think so. He did hit him outside the stumps.
I believe the most important thing, though, is that you actually are in line with the ball with your head. Same as a great puller of the ball. If you're taking the ball and fetching it outside the line of your eye line, you've got more risk to the bowler. Getting in line, there's zero risk.
Have a little effort ring. Yes, the story is about this partnership of 78 between Latham and Young. 151 for the loss of 3. New Zealand are in a good position to target that 300. Right, let's take you down memory lane. Go back to Champions Trophy 2000.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. He goes again, this time onside. What a shot. That brings up the 50 for Elliott. It's been a good innings.
New Zealand won that semi-final by 5 wickets. Pakistan 233 for the loss of 9, and Elliott there featuring prominently with a 75 not out. Road ahead for Pakistan and for New Zealand here then. Guys, what to expect from Young and Latham? What about the scoring rate? Should they be eyeing 300 now? What about Pakistan?
Well, the old formula, and it might be outdated now a tad in the modern era, but the old formula was you double what you had after 30. So 300 is bang on the money of where they can possibly get through. This little partnership now very important. They can somehow find a way to get through the next 5 at a scoring rate. The last 30 balls have gone for 32 runs, a scoring rate that's similar to that. Gee, they're going to be in the game for that final 10, which is what we've said in commentary here is such a key to getting to that 300 total.
I think for Pakistan, it's around how they get wickets. They have to break this partnership and then try. I think it is going to be challenging for a new batter to come in. They'll always have to chew up a few balls because the wicket isn't as consistent as we possibly thought it was going to be. It might take a little bit more time to get used to it, so that New Zealand might look to go a little bit later in terms of going for it. So if Pakistan can pick up a couple of quick wickets, get a new batter in, Will Young obviously the key. Pull that score back.
Haris Rauf runs in, bowls a straight line. I think that's the way to bowl on this surface. Look for that length and target the stumps.
And also, Rameez, keep an eye out for the reverse swing now. Ball at this stage, even though there's now 2 white balls, a rule that I'd actually like to re-challenge again, because I feel that the unique skill sets of fast bowlers like now, Haris Rauf, 30-odd overs into a one-dayer, and it's starting to tail. And it was a brilliant component of one-day cricket as well. It didn't allow batters to become boss at this stage. It was about manipulating strike and working with what you had. Now with the harder ball coming from both ends, it does take it out of play.
You asked what happened to all the great spinners of Pakistan cricket. Well, when you had Waqar Younis and Akram reversing the ball, and they got wickets at the top, they got wickets through the middle, and they got wickets at the end. So what spinner do they need at that time? Because they reversed it so beautifully.
They had a Freedy, didn't they? Who was just, you know, one of the modern day greats in terms of that all-rounder position. But I predict something in that reverse field. It's very hard, this surface. We did the pitch report, very dry. The only thing is that this outfield, as you described, as a billiard table, is not really allowing for a lot of scarification of the ball. But velocity matters when it comes to reverse swing. So if it's ever going to do it, it's right now.
He picks up the length generally very quickly when the ball is on the shorter side. Shorter angle is put away regularly by Latham. Such a good player off the back foot.
Talking about bowling tact as well at the start. Just that change of pace, just if there is something in the wicket, the fielders are still nice and tight in. Just see them looking at the ball, getting a little bit greener on the seam, but there is some of it slightly chipping away. Maybe it is starting to wear a little bit more.
Young hasn't scored 100 overseas in ODIs, so the next 8 runs are going to be pretty special for him. Got a monkey off his back. And he's fought extremely hard. It's not been a nice, easy batting surface. You've got to adjust all the time, and he's adjusted beautifully against spin, against pace. Jabbing it down and gets it past Rizwan. Probably hit the fence as well. Dare I say again, it's a lightning fast outfield. Backfielder didn't have any hope. 159 for 3.
He chopped down on it late. Probably lucky enough, but when you move to 96 with a shot like that, you don't feel in. I think he'll say this has been a very hard working innings for him at the moment. It's not been fluent in terms of beautiful drives through the field. He's just worked the ball off his pads beautifully. Used the pace of the outfield.
Yes, he hasn't exactly blasted the opposition, but he's maintaining a healthy strike rate without really forcing the issue. 96 or 101 is absolutely acceptable on this kind of surface.
What was it, about 3 overs ago we referred to the strike rate, and it was in those mid-80s, now up into mid-90s, so it is elevating. And you made a good point, you know, with these 2 new balls now. This ball's only 16 overs old in effect from either end, so it negates that.
The glove, probably run away for runs for Young. Can he get a 4? No, only be 3, I think. But I'm sure we'll have another look at that stop. Laboured after that, I think it was Haris Rauf on 99 then.
Just to think that potentially he wouldn't have been playing this game if Rachin Ravindra was available. So he's just a guy that continues to take his opportunity. Any touch. I don't know, my eyesight's not that good.
The one eye you're talking about.
That's rich, Haydos, that's rich indeed.
Talking about taking opportunities when you can, Marto.
Well, after all that, it's still 99 for Young. Pakistan need to up the game in the field, especially. Looks like they're losing a bit of steam. This partnership now 91 and Young on 99. It is still on 99.
This will be his hardest worked one run. This is where you're Tom Latham, you just walk down, you slow the game down. He's probably saying, can you go back your other end? I want to get this one run done and get to my triple figures.
The drama continues. 164 for the loss of 3. Good crowd in. Seem to be enjoying this contest, the first of the Champions Trophy. Pakistan seeing a global event taking place here after so many years. Last was the '96 World Cup. Sharp bouncer. Wasn't given a wide. Mentioned it earlier also, there is value to ball that length in ODI cricket, especially if there's a partnership like this happening. 91 of 101. So you've got to take a little bit of risk. Taken, Rizwan is pretty keen. It's been given as a wide. What is happening? A referral. Definitely Pakistan feel that they've got a chance there. Gone for it.
I have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is not out. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. I'm watching split screen now. Looks like the ball is away from the bat. Keep going. Yeah, give me ultra edge just in case it's coming off the glove. Standing by for ultra edge, Richard. Got a flat line at the moment. Flat line. It's passing the glove now. Flat line. Flat line. Keep going. Flat line. I'm satisfied that there's no bat involved. Richard, you'll be staying with your original decision. Stand back.
Very good take down the leg side.
Round the wicket for a start, and unlike the previous ball, I felt like it didn't really deviate. It just kept on going down the line of the delivery. The previous delivery, I'm about to show you a replay of that, but it actually swung a little bit.
Oh, almost a great catch at mid-wicket. Oh, chance at the non-strikers, direct hit, and it would have been curtains for Young. Just a reminder, he's on 99. He's a terrific catcher, he really is a terrific hand. Salman Ali Agha. A very good effort, didn't have a lot of time to react, it was hit extremely hard. Got to say he saved some runs in the end. That one reared awkwardly. And somehow he missed the stumps. Mr. Cotton Ball chance as well was never there, but the ball did not balloon up in the air for Haris Rauf to make an attempt.
Great adjustment in plan here in terms of into the wicket. It's actually caught speed as it's got onto Tom Latham. That could have easily gone straight back onto his stumps. Good awareness. He's got those two drives up, so he's just pushing the ball into the wicket. Fielders in at cover and mid-wicket as well. Nice and tight there to create an opportunity if it does pop up. Crowd are getting behind him now as well. And we go short again here.
You can hear the huge grunt as well. He's putting in a big effort here, Haris Rauf. And that is what is so watchable and likable regarding his cricket. This was Salman Ali Agha in the end stopping a boundary. Had a chance at the non-strike.
to score 100. A magnificent, faultless display, setting New Zealand up.
Right from the outset, he's been outstanding. Some wickets fell around him. Take a bow. That's a magnificent 100. His first away from New Zealand. Brilliant performance.
Yeah, I think it's been an exemplary knock. I think he's risen above the conditions, is the way that I would put it, to score at the tempo that he's done on not an easy service to bat. This, to me, is of the highest quality from him.
Fourth player from New Zealand to score 100 in the Champions Trophy. Nathan Astle, Chris Cairns, and Kane Williamson. So he's had a fairly handy list, and another milestone while we're talking about them, 100 partnership up between these two in just 111 deliveries. And Pakistan have got some issues to deal with now because New Zealand have a basis to get big.
Yeah, they've got a fantastic foundation now. Pakistan really fought back. New Zealand got off to a fly, but then 3 reasonably quick wickets. This partnership's been outstanding. It's the end of the over. 175 for 3.
So now the New Zealand group can look quite positively at 280 at 7 runs and over with 7 wickets in hand. That's a real possibility, and then you look towards the magic 300. And 300 as a run chase in any situation is always very, very tough, let alone a match of this importance. This competition means you cannot afford to slip up. Otherwise you're chasing the game and chasing it hard and relying on the results from others. It is so cutthroat, this. Harris Ralph, 1 for 37 from his 6 overs. Latham, 49. We'll see a little bit of bat involved there. Leg by, Richard Kilborough teased this for as long as he possibly could.
He certainly did. And you talked about the foundation, Smithy. And this is a moment that Will Young brought up his 100. Like we mentioned, his first outside of New Zealand, and what a time to do it. Played all around the ground. It hasn't been easy at times. There's been some inconsistent bounce. There's been some big turn at times from the spinners as well. So how he's navigated that has been brilliant.
Played that late, really late. Don't think he'll get back to the second, but that's how aggressive New Zealand have been throughout this between the wickets. Ironically, Young probably wouldn't have played had Rachin Ravindra been fit. And yet, if I go back to the World Cup in India, which I can't remember which team won that. Bish, remind me.
You want me to remind you?
No, talking over you at this point. Rachin Ravindra would not have played had Kane Williamson be fit. So, I mean, you can draw a correlation there. What I'm getting at really is you get an opportunity, you take it, and that's exactly what Will Young has done now.
Yeah, there's small moments in people's careers, isn't there, where you get an opportunity through the misfortune of somebody else, and you absolutely take it. And what a stage to do it. The Champions Trophy in Pakistan for the first time in a long time, hosting an ICC event against a very good attack. Look down there, Shaheen Shah, Nazim Shah, Haris Rauf. So then the question now is, what can Pakistan do to break this partnership? We've seen Haris Rauf come here and bowl quick, bowl aggressive. That's a point of difference within this attack. Abrar has been outstanding, but he's only got 2 overs left. I think it's time from one end. You have to be prepared to throw some chips in now. Say, right, we're going to hit you with the best that we've got.
In the air and away from mid-on, and it's time not to perfection, but good enough. But Tom Latham will come back for 3 and in the process bring up a really handy half-century.
And back-to-back half-centuries in ODIs for Tom Latham after a little blip of form a few games ago where he had 3 noughts in a row. His final in the Tri-Series, his half-century in the Tri-Series final was welcome, and this one to open the tournament perhaps more so.
Well, he's a leader. He's the Test captain these days, and he accepts responsibility, Tom Latham. Very intelligent cricketer. And he would have known that New Zealand had to have a partnership. They just had to get something in the middle of this innings so they could launch in the end. Now, he provided that with Will Young. Probably, aside from Williamson, New Zealand's best player is spin. Square of the wicket in particular. The end of the 36th, 14 overs to go. It's 183 for 3. Another milestone for Will Young, now the highest score by New Zealand in Karachi and one-day internationals, in fact, in Pakistan. You can get the feeling as you move around the city. I've been there a couple of days, that the Champions Trophy is something that they're going to celebrate big time. The crowd has steadily built up throughout the day to very, very good atmosphere, and that'll increase them for the evening as their batters have a turn to try and run down this total New Zealander, looking like posting of around about 280 to 300. They need a wicket. You've got to go back to your best if you need a wicket, and that is Shaheen Shah Afridi. Got to break this partnership, get both these players. Glorious shot. Placement absolutely superb.
It's a real loosener from Shaheen Shah Afridi. First ball. Been out of the attack for a while. Tom Latham, who's now gone past 50, he's not going to miss out on that. Technically excellent. Just had to beat That man at cover. We've seen this outfield. It's like a bowling green. You're not going to chase that down. He's got to be into the wicket here. He's got to try and use the variable bounce in this surface. Maybe cross seam for a couple of deliveries. Just try and get something out of this wicket. Just there. You can see when bowlers have bent their back and banged it into the surface, there has at times been extra bounce. And on that occasion, one just runs along the ground.
Just on that point, I just wonder as well, with Will O'Rourke later at his height and the pace that he bowls, Ian Smith and Aaron Finch, how he goes on the surface if he can hold his length later tonight.
I think he'll hit the bat hard with the new ball. I really do. I'm assuming that Mitch Santner will give him the new ball. I know they'll open with Matt Henry, but will they try something a bit dinky, New Zealand? Will they try something slightly different? But I like the thought of Will O'Rourke with that bounce, with confidence, and with 300 to protect.
I'd be surprised if Santner went away from what's made New Zealand a really consistent side over a long period of time. When you play against New Zealand, you know what you're going to face. But what they do each and every time is they do the basics really well. And that's all you can ask on a wicket like this. It'll be one over the shoulder. Good high bouncer.
Yeah, Tom Latham and Richard Kettleborough not getting on that particular occasion. Richard Kettleburgh's the final say, but Latham not that chuffed that he didn't get an extra one there. Wider on the crease. Latham can't get it through.
We've seen after the first delivery from Shaheen, which was floated up there and driven through the offside. This is a previous delivery. Tom Latham not happy. Clearly over his head. Should have been called wide. But that first ball was floated up, punished through the offside. Since then, everything's been back of a length. Trying to control where he can be hit. Taking down the ground out of play. The protection is square of the wicket.
Just not getting through the short cover. Afridi can't take a trick at the moment. 37 overs gone. 187 for 3. New Zealand have lost the wicket. Over, which means they're in great shape now. They have the foundation from which to launch. They have the hitting power. Through to short cover. Desperate Pakistan, they really are. Gives himself room, Will Young, and plays a glorious shot through the offside. That is the sign of a man at the top of his game.
It's the first sign that New Zealand are really looking to up the ante. Azim Shah, back of a length. Will Young just says, you can have a look at my stumps. I'm looking to pump you through the offside. It's exactly what he's done there. Is this the time when New Zealand really try and put the foot down? Try and maximise these last 3 overs with only 4 fielders outside.
Oh boy, this has gone high. It's a chance, it's an opportunity. It's a catch taken safely. They have broken the partnership. Fahim Ashraf, steady under a high ball, which could prove crucial. And Young goes finally.
Yeah, Again, looking to go big, looking to go up and under, get it over the shorter leg side boundary. Ben Ashraf had to make some good ground. In the end, he takes a comfortable catch, the substitute fielder. But what a century from Will Young. Soak up the applause. It's a brilliant 107. New Zealand lose their fourth. It's 191 for 4.
Phillips, who's been in pretty rear nick himself lately, strides to the wicket at a stage where New Zealand can throw a little bit of caution to the wind. They've got plenty in the tank. Himself a brilliant 100 about 8 days ago. Good catch. Very good catch.
Straight off the bat, you felt as though the contact was good enough. But he got too much elevation. Bohm Ashraf had to run a good 20 yards in on an angle. Took it comfortable in the end. What are we going to get from Glenn Phillips? We know that he'll be aggressive. I don't think it's the easiest wicket to start on.
I was just going to say that, Bish. This could be an interesting sign, actually. I mean, here's a player in good form. One more look at a very useful catch. Had to make a lot of ground. In the end, took it and pounced it very safely, much to their delight. Yeah, we'll get an indication now with a good player in form as to how easy it is to come out and play aggressively and score quickly from the get-go. Because that might have to happen later on in the evening.
A good spell from Nazim Shah again. I thought his length, his control of length today, barring 1 or 2 deliveries, has been quite good. He strayed in line a couple of times, but certainly not often in length into the pitch. The same sort of principle you've talked about operating on is where Nazim Shah so far has gone.
Against Pakistan in the try series, he went from 50 to 117 balls. Glenn Phillips. I mean, he's one of those cricketers who a lot of people are going to pay a lot of money to watch because he can make anything happen. I mean, he's brilliant in the field. He's developing this off-spin bowling along at quite a good rate. But he's just a 100-mile-an-hour cricketer, and you've got to have him. Shah 3 Ds. Pretty quick across the turf for a big man. And that is the end of an over that produced a wicket at 193 for 4. Well, the beast is due next. That's the name they gave Michael Bracewell and Mitchell Santner, Nathan Smith, all very capable of scoring and scoring quickly. So Pakistan have an opportunity, have a window open here. If they could get rid of Latham and get another new player out here, they could restrict the damage quite markedly. So Latham has a big role to play here. He'll know that. I think they'll come back for two on this occasion. Shaheen Shah Afridi Bish is an interesting one for me. Just hasn't sort of come back in the last couple of years. He could have been anything there for a while.
Yeah, it's something that we noticed, the drop in pace. I think it was just prior to going out to that T20 World Cup in 2022 in Australia that he got the injury, and some people said he came back a little bit prematurely for that tournament. And it's been noticeable to some of us, at least to me, that his pace has never really gotten back to the heights. When he was at his peak, first ball of a match, you knew it was going to be full and swinging, and sometimes you still couldn't play it. It's not as lethal now. So I don't know whether there has been a technical falling away with, I know Waqar Yunus talks about the front leg, the right leg opening up slightly more than when he was at his peak as one issue. But yeah, the pace certainly isn't at that high rate that we used to see prior to 2022.
"11 minutes behind at this point, Pakistan. They're going to have issues here with the clock.
Yes.
So still got some spin bowling options there to consider. Two lovers left from Abra, who's done a wonderful job actually bowling the power play. Bushdil has got 5 overs at his disposal, and Salman has got 7 overs as well. So that'll ease a little bit in terms of time constrictions for Mohammad Rizwan, but is that part of his plan? Does he want to finish with spin?
Smithy, often you'll see captains use spin directly after the 40th over. They just get the luxury of having one extra fielder outside the circle, and particularly when you've got somebody like Tom Latham and Glenn Phillips who are very adept at going both sides of the wicket with the sweeps, both reverse and conventional. So they can be a really difficult person to bowl to with only 4 out. You always feel exposed in one area, so captains will try and rush through a couple of overs of spin with the 5 out. And it just buys yourself a little bit more leeway.
Well, New Zealand will be interested in that one, Vish, because that's 134k and that's gone along the ground almost.
We've seen those variations. You want to be able to attack the stumps, whether these conditions evolve as we get into the evening and into the night, but there's certainly that variability in bounce almost from the start of the innings.
That'll be a wide. It's an easy one for Richard Kettleborough to get right, and Tom Latham and he agree on this occasion.
Bish chatted to Mohammad Rizwan at the toss, and he said he expected the dew to come in, hence the reason for winning the toss and bowling first. That's clearly well over Tom Latham's head. And there was everybody who was here at the practice sessions last night said the dew was very, very heavy. Interesting to note, it's a lot windier today. Will that keep the dew away? Will that mean it has the same effect as what they expected?
Yeah, it's always been a fascinating thing for me, even in the Caribbean, for example. On the windy nights, it will stop the dew from forming when that wind is strong. So I think it's a good point. It'll be fascinating to see how that plays out here in the evening.
Because so often at the toss, the captain's decision will be based on whether there might be dew that forms later on. And like you said, Smithy, this is such a ruthless tournament. One mistake and you can be out of business.
Around the wicket, and Phillips can't get it past cover. That's the end of the 39th. It is 198 for 4. Options for Mohammed Rizwan there. He's got time against him. He's got spin to burn. So probably not in his original plan was to bowl a spin from overs 44, 45 onwards. He might have to. Nazim 2 for 45.
Very good again from Nazim Shah. The length is as important as the line and the angle and whatever movement there is. He's hit the pitch hard today.
Latham goes over the top, and successfully so as well. Deep square leg was back, but not far enough. Exquisite timing.
Deep square felt like he was in with a chance for a long time there. But Tom Latham just picked up and hit with the wind. Yes, it's a longer boundary, but it's with a very stiff breeze behind him. That's gorgeous. Off the bat, deep square. Thought he was well and truly in the hunt. That's right out of the middle. Effortless from Tom Latham. He moves to 66.
Short of mid-off as well.
And we're talking about Nazim Shah and what length has he prospered on so far today. Very few deliveries up to this point have been pitched into that slot. A lot, 43% on a good length, 37% just short, and a few bounces in there. So I think apart from straying in line a few times, as we saw with the 6 earlier, his length control perhaps has been appropriate.
As this goes on, Bish, is this going to be a taking the pace off pitch?
I think it always is when you have pitches this dry. Cross seam, one option for the ball to hold up. We talked about it being a dry surface.
तो थोड़ी एडिटिंग कम कर ले जो आपने इरेज किए ना, मुझे एक नेचुरल वाली भी भेज दें प्लीज़। उन्होंने रिजेक्ट किया हुआ है एडिटिंग की वजह से ना, आप वैसे भी भेज दें, कोई मसला नहीं।
Plus total. The power and the position was perfect. Look at the placement as well.
Stump. 9 from the over, 2-2-4 for 4. 10 overs completed now between Salman and Kushdil, so he can bowl the 4 regular bowlers now. Harris Ralph 3 in a row. And chips that one. This is Abra's last.
New Zealand batters have been very confident in just playing back at the ball. Allowing the ball to turn off the wicket, not generating any pace through footwork. That last shot of Phillips, that was something which I expect we'll see more of if Kushdil has continued to bowling. On slow wickets, you've got to get some momentum through the ball somehow. Anchoring off the back foot, and they're so good at it now, anchoring and still being able to snap their wrists through the ball.
Well, that has gone fine enough and far enough for another 6 for Tom Latham.
That's been the hallmark of his batting, the sweep shots, and he's played it at such a good angle away from the deep fielder. We've seen the paddles. The soft sweep shot, and this was probably more like a slot sweep. In the slot, and the way she went for 6. Lovely batting.
Yeah, and I think there's a conversation. This conversation here is all around Abra's trying to take away the short boundary on the offside for Latham. Fielder's gone a bit finer, but he's not fine enough. Same line again. And now skipper not happy.
Yeah, that conversation was, you've got to get the ball straighter. It's really a free hit here. Ball staying outside leg stump. And Latham's such a superb sweeper of the ball. It's easy pickings down the onside. So Pakistan now under pressure. They're trying to reel back here on time. And they're giving away a nice little advantage in these last 3 overs.
Can't find the gap. He was waiting for one outside the line of off stump. Thought it was coming.
Yeah, dying for an over adjustment. Kind of telegraph what he had to do there. The captain irate at the line the previous 2 deliveries.
Oh, it's gone fine. It'll race away for 4 more. A little bit of good fortune for Latham to finish the over, and that's a big one. 16 coming from 240 for 4.
All too easy for Latham. Anything on the pads is going to go. Great over for New Zealand. Pakistan need to claw back. And they limit New Zealand's reach to 270, 280.
To go now. Harris Ralph will bowl 3 of those back to back to back at the end. And Naseem and Shaheen Shah Afridi. Shaheen's got 2, Naseem 1. Light tower's just starting to come on. We've got a couple on at the moment. Awaiting the rest. Oh, beautifully timed and placed. 4 to Phillips.
It was all over Pakistan in the triangular series as well. Phillips, what a great series he had. Remaining unbeaten in all the innings that he played, and so taking off once again from where he had left in the slot, and beautiful shot. We all like this shot, straight mid-wicket drive. Powerfully built. And flicking it hard, and so straight away now there is adjustment in the field. That leg side area has been tried to block.
Final leg came up and deep mid-wicket went back. Couple more to Phillips. If you're smart in your fantasy game, you have to be pretty smart, to be honest, to have Will Young on your side. Chances of him playing didn't look likely if Ravindra was fit, so well done if you do. Latham as well. Nassim's been pretty good. Abra and Ralph for the leading point scorers in your fantasy game at the moment. A little bit of movement, just a little hint of reverse swing at the moment, which is not unusual.
Well, we've been waiting for it. Featured earlier. Could we see a second 100? Steady the ship. We have to weather a little bit of the storm in terms of that first power play. A little late charge from Pakistan with their 2 wickets. He was able to keep pushing through. Sign of good concentration, a skill set that's required in the 50-over game. Not just about crash, bam and wallop. Got to keep working and playing the game, and he did so really well.
I feel Pakistan are in a tough terrain here because they're at their best when they're looking to pick up wickets. And right now it's all about economy. It's all about not leaking 4s and 6s. And this is a tough little period for somebody like Haris Rao, who operates well when he's looking to pick up a wicket or 2. Right now it's about economy and about making sure that you bowl a couple of dots in every over.
Oh, that has just been powered down the ground from Phillips. Goodness me, we've seen some good ones today, but that is a high quality shot.
He's an absolute bundle of muscle. Very powerful individual. Forearms hard at the ball. And that was a clean strike. Wonderful extension of hands. Oh. It's a shot of the day, that, surely. Look at it.
Talked earlier about New Zealand's ability to hit 6s in the last part of the innings in ODI cricket. They're world's best right now when it comes to stats, and here's an example of what Phillips can do, absolutely destroy the opposition. Well, this platform was set for this kind of an aggressive setup. Wickets in hand. 1 and +1, 2. Couple of great overs now for New Zealand. 45 overs bowled, 256 for 4.
Back-to-back 16s. The last couple. 3 pretty good overs in a row. New Zealand. Pakistan looking to control things a little more than they have. Have to think from their point of view now, under 300 is a goal. 5 to go. Anything under 300, I feel that Pakistan will take. New Zealand possibly be pushing now to that 315, 320 mark with another couple of big overs.
This crowd's been well entertained. These last 4 or 5 overs have been really clinical. That's what you were talking about, Simon Dewar. 9 runs and over. Think of the trend now, the 2 back-to-back 16 overs. That should be well and truly gettable.
Last over for Nassim, who's been pretty good today, 2 for 54 from his 9. Might push for 2 again here. It is the big side. Phillips quick. Doesn't want it.
Good to see that variation as well. I felt like at the moment Pakistan have been coming at one pace with their fast bowlers. You see that delivery, 113. There's got to be a lot more of that. Ian Smith asked Ian Bishop the question earlier up in commentary around, did Ian think that was an off-pace delivery? And I think that's confirmation that very much the cutters should come into play, the slower balls, the on-pace deliveries, with two players now set, will only stack in the favour of New Zealand.
Again, off pace into the surface this time, though. Nothing to work with for Phillips. And I think Pakistan left to think about. I would say as of now, they're probably going to have to bowl their last 2 overs at least, with only 4 out. They're well and truly over time still. I think they'll have to have 2 overs minimum, with only 4 fielders outside the circle. It just gets a little tougher from a bowling point of view.
I think in the modern game, when there's so much resource off the field as well, there's zero excuses for overrunning time. I mean, that sort of penalty can cost you a tournament. Simple as that. Having one fielder is a huge advantage.
Clever, very clever indeed from Latham. Moves into the 90s with that.
Special innings, because he's been tested on so many fronts. We've seen the calmness, now we're seeing the improvisation, the technical aspect of his batting has been absolutely outstanding. Because he had to survive in the middle phase of the innings when the going was tough, and he did that. Intelligent knock, and now blistering away with some great improvisation. So in the last 3-4 overs, New Zealand now absolutely bossing this.
Ramesh, it's what I love about one-day cricket, because there is a thinking man's element to it.
Push for 2 again this time. No, Latham doesn't want it this time.
That ability to go up and down the gears, a real feature has been his sweep shot. I think that's been a great impetus to this New Zealand performance thus far. But climbing up and down the gears, according to what the partnership has got to achieve, and also what the wicket's trying to do as well. It's been a smart innings.
And risk-free batting. I mean, that's the other aspect of this wonderful knock. Hardly took a risk. It's all just plain, simple, beautiful batting.
Just the one. It's been pretty good from Naseem. 8 from the over, 1 to go. Finish it off.
A further thought on slow over rates as well, Dools, is that the margins in terms of this level of cricket are so small. And those few overs that we saw, the 16 runs where Pakistan were clearly trying to claw back time, was the opportunity to just reveal the throat of Pakistan for New Zealand as well. So that maybe 2 or 3% margin between the two sides becomes all of a sudden something bigger. That momentum then is created off the back of those mistakes.
Just be 1. Naseem Shah's day with the ball done. 10 overs, 2 for 63 for him. It's 265. Well, barring that Young Williamson partnership, there's been small contributions, a significant one between Young and Latham. shot, unaware of his surroundings. Shaheen back. Oh, edged and away through the gap. Latham to 99.
Well, he deserves this because he's been so neat. Looking to work this one away through mid-wicket, and Rizwan's body language is sinking just a little bit because Pakistan have been struggling in the last 3-4 overs. Outside edge earning him a 4. It's the fast outfield, yeah, the frustration is mounting.
I'm sorry, but you cannot be having a go at the bowler there. That's just a genuinely good delivery.
Yeah, he misses there, and that's cannoning into the top of the off stump, which is where you're always told to bowl.
No run there. Oh. His mate Phillips was off. He was halfway down.
There's a competition within the competition. Crisply struck, look at that. Great awareness as well from a partner. No one wants to let your mate down when you're sitting on a milestone figure.
Eases it down to long on, an 8 one-day international century for New Zealand's keeper batter Tom Latham. Special moment for him here. It's the 5th time Men's Champions Trophy cricket that the side has scored 200s in an innings. And that is
I'll remind our viewers, though, that in the Tri-Nations series just recently, Pakistan easily chased down 350. So what is a good score? That's the dilemma now that New Zealand have. They'll be trying to maximise every inch of this innings.
gone out to deep extra cover. He's protecting the boundary there. Phillips will keep strike. 3 to go, 283 for 4. middle overs, I think is just exceptional. I think he's Test match opening batter. He took the gloves at One Day International cricket. Obviously started batting in the middle order. And with his ability to play spin, I think these types of tournaments, these types of tours have really brought out the best in him. Such a fine player. Sweeps both sides of the wicket, uses his feet well, and as most keepers do, they read length. And I think you two will know a lot better than me, as me talking about batting with a couple of fantastic players alongside me, but I think he reads length better than anyone, which probably helps play spin.
And not worried about facing spin also. There's no kind of preempt to manufacture a shot. It was as if they were watching at the ball, or watching the ball, and they were in position to play either, or he was in position to play either the sweep shot or the cover drive or the soft paddle shot. It's a changed New Zealand side. I mean, great series against India. They won their 3-0 on spinning tracks. They come here, bulldoze Pakistan in the triangular twice on a very similar pitch like this here in the final, and they weren't afraid to experiment and expand their range, and there's no preemption of any kind. Normally when the teams would come here and travel to subcontinent, they'd be itching to do something different because they're fearing for the worst. Not this New Zealand side against spin.
Well, unlike golf, cricket's only got the one bat in the kit, in essence, and so what that means is that you've got to be a master technically of the same shot, but with different options to that shot. You know, so when you think of his prowess against sweep and playing spin, the number of options, whether it be the conventional sweep shot, sort of the paddle sweep, which we've seen a number of times. I think stats were saying it was almost 60% of his runs at one point in time were actually behind square, or then the reverse sweep. It just meant that a bowler has got the same delivery that can go in several different areas. So it's a mastery of technique as much as anything.
I thought I should leave the batting to you, Matthew Hayden, because I'm only guessing here, but I'm going to count the Zimbabwe test and the Chennai test and say that in those two innings you got more test runs than my entire career.
Would you like to take a pause now, Dooley?
Yes, but I never got a test wicket. I tried my very best in the 9 overs of rubbish I bowled up in Calcutta. I love watching.
Oh, I got them both out.
See, bowlers do know how to play a half volley after all, Ramiz.
You know, your first wicket, Dooley, you got my cousin out, Atif Rauf. So I was going through videos on YouTube, and suddenly there was this young tear-away fast bowler, Simon Dool, his first wicket caught in the gully area. You remember that?
I don't remember what I had for dinner 2 days ago, Ramo. Right, glad the cricket's back. And a nice drive down the ground for at least 2, I think. No, it'll be enough. I don't remember too many of them, Ramiz, unfortunately.
101 run partnership of 64. Making it tough for Pakistan. Certainly that 270, 280 is now looking minuscule compared to what New Zealand end up with.
Goes again, does Latham, but toe ends that one. Pick up a couple. Good flat throw, or throw at the stumps might have been a bit different.
He's got a strong arm, Tayyab Tahir, and that's why he's positioned there to patrol the fence on the bounce, but not near the target. Once again, running between the wickets being outstanding. They don't seem to tire at all. Here's a guy who scored 100, but still running as if he's just entered the crease.
Can't Can't beat backward point. So 11 from the Harris Ralph. Over 2 to go. It's 2.94 for 4. It's not an extra power play, it is a fielding penalty. As we thought,
Hi, I'm Dr. John Contest is always something that is mouth-watering, because you do not know what is going to happen. You have no idea what is going to transpire throughout the day. And we've seen some incredible games over the years.
Chance of a run out, both at the same end, and Hardik Pandya has to go.
It was a huge deal, not just for Pakistanis or including myself. I think for world cricket. For, you know, winning against one of the best sides in world cricket, and that too in the final of Champions Trophy, that too pack house at the Oval. It was kind of stuff made of the legends. And that's what the Pakistan team did against the strong Indian side.
That's gone up India. Sarfraz takes the catch, it's all over. Pakistan win. 158 India blown away in the final, and it's Pakistan who are through. Over the line, massive win. Great scenes.
For Pakistan beating India, the celebrations kind of quadruple. They don't double, they quadruple. It's a massive thing for them. And to be fair, it doesn't happen too often at world tournaments. It hasn't happened too often lately. For them to do that in England in front of a packed stadium, fair play to them. Just go out and celebrate and make the most of it, and celebrate for days on end, because you deserve it.
Never write off Pakistan, ever. So if you go into any Pakistan game, if you're writing them off, then the cricket game, and Pakistan in particular, will jump up and say, we'll show you. That's why they are mercurial. That's why they are so watchable. You'd hate to be a Pakistan cricket fan watching them, because it must do your head in, to be honest, because you just don't know which Pakistan are going to turn up. But when they turn up with their A game, they can beat anyone.
Geez, those white blazers must have looked good that day.
Yeah, absolutely. It was such a Pakistani tournament. It was a situation where Pakistan were never going to qualify with the Champions League. Champions Trophy, they only came in at number 8, and then to win the tournament, that is so Pakistan. That's so Pakistan style.
Fakhar Zaman hadn't even made his ODI debut heading into that tournament. He was the hero in the final. Well, there's a big story today, isn't there, Ian Smith? He injured himself the second ball. He spent 2.5 hours off the field, which means there's about 20 minutes now until he can come out to bat. So it looks like he won't be opening. How do they reshuffle?
No, he'd probably come in, if they start well, he can come in at 3, which is, you know, not a heck of a lot different. But they have to make an adjustment. Pakistan, they have to do that. They have to go after 321 to win this game. But it's such a huge thing. They've got 15,000 odd fans here cheering them on, willing them to win. But New Zealand have 12 fielders. You won't see the 12th one. He's up there on the board. He's called scoreboard pressure. 320 will do that to you.
Ian Smith sounding very confident indeed. Well, let's head out to another New Zealander who's in the middle with our pitch report, Katie Martin.
Well, I'm not going to come out swinging like Ian Smith has, but look, we've seen this pitch dry all day. It has continued to be dry. There is some patches that's coming out of the wicket, but as these lights take a bit more effect, as it gets darker, it's likely to skid on more. There's a nice sheen that is coming on top of this wicket. For me, the length of New Zealand bowlers is going to be crucial. Pakistan seamers at their best were here, around that 8-metre length, whether it's on pace or off pace as well. So that is going to be crucial for them in terms of starting with the new ball. And then the spin of Satner and Bracewell through the middle. We saw so much turn bowling from that end into this end here. So will Satner get some spin? We'll have to wait and see. But for me, let's not forget the dew is an important factor. There's absolutely no dew coming in here. There's this beautiful breeze, and I think a lot of conversations with both teams is that it is actually not going to get too much dew tonight. So maybe it won't skid as much as what we expect. Let's not forget Pakistan. They chased down 350 here. They've got the confidence, but they've also got this magnificent crowd around them. So it could be a classic chase from these Pakistan players.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Katie. A very different Kiwi attack than what we're used to. No Ferguson, no Bolt. Who stands up, do you think? No Southey as well. Who's going to stand up?
Well, O'Rourke is a wicket taker, right? Will O'Rourke, he's only been around the international scene for a short space of time, but he's got a habit of getting people out, which you need with the new ball. Matt Henry has been New Zealand's best bowler day in, day out for the last 2 to 3 years. He will bowl well on this pitch because he's smart. He'll bowl a very good length, and I'll be very surprised if Pakistan get to Matt Henry early on, but he gets wickets too. So I like that combination early on in the piece. So, you know, they'll be mulling over now. They'll talk to their batsmen, and we heard Will Young when he was talking to Bish talk about the length. They will be talking, the batsmen will be talking to the bowlers and saying that. The other trump they've got there is Mitchell Santner. He is a wonderful white ball bowler. He's made his name as a white ball bowler. He'll bowl well, he'll bowl. We noticed when we were talking in commentary about how slow you can bowl. He can bowl slow if he has to. He can take the pace right off it. I like New Zealand at this point. Why wouldn't you with 320 on the board? But I just kind of think that this New Zealand side are feeling good about the way they're playing cricket.
What should Pakistan's approach be?
I think Santner is very important. Pakistan have to attack Santner because once he bowls well, then everything flows through. I think that's the main bowler that you got to take down.
Who wins it from here?
Who wins it? Go on. Is that a rhetorical question?
I thought you might be able to be professional for once, Ian Smith.
Well, New Zealand, I'll try and be professional. Let me think. New Zealand.
New Zealand-India is going to be a big game.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get you a ticket.
It is a packed house here in Karachi, and they will be desperate for a Babar Azam special. Don't go anywhere. 321 runs for Pakistan to get their ICC Champions Trophy off to a winning start at home.
Well, Karachi in its glory. first game of this Champions Trophy. We move to Pindi and Lahore and Dubai, and we expect the fans to fill up the stadiums. Pakistan in a bit of a bother against New Zealand. New Zealand amassing 320 in the first innings on a pitch that had two pace. But anyway, they weathered the storm. A couple of centuries in that lineup, and so Pakistan needs to bat outstandingly well really to get home. So all the action will be coming your way in just about 2-3 minutes. That is what New Zealand achieved with the bat. Terrific batting from Young. He anchored the innings, and then it was Latham who showed his brilliance against pace, spin, and challenged Pakistan on all fronts. 61 from Phillips in no time. Of 39 balls, got New Zealand not only over 300, but 320 for the loss of 5. Pakistan struggled generally. 2 wickets for Naseem. He was economical compared to Haris Rauf, for example, who went for plenty. 10 overs, 2 for 83. Khushdil Shah bowled 7 overs, and surprisingly Salman Ali Agha only used for 3 overs. In the past contests, he's generally bowled more than just 3 overs, but he's good enough for 3 overs in this innings. Abrar 10 overs, 1 for 47, and so New Zealand at one stage were looking at around 260, 270, but that blitz from Phillips and that magical batting from Latham got them over 300. Yeah, good crowd in for this first encounter. Pakistan playing here Karachi. They go to Dubai and then probably feature in Pindi also. But New Zealand have got the show set up beautifully with the bat. Now it's about dealing with the situation. Will the due form, will Pakistan play spin better than what they did in the triangular? Or will they feature in defending 320? I've got Simon Dool here, Katie also here with us. So what do you think, guys? I mean, 320, it take 20 runs for duels also, so still New Zealand in the plus.
New Zealand take the field. It's going to be about the start and how Pakistan take on the spinners. New Zealand have got a little bit of inexperience in that bowling lineup. Matt Henry to set the tone. He's done that so often in white ball cricket in the last 3-4 years. He's been the peak and the kingpin in this New Zealand white ball attack. How he sets the tone early, and I think how Pakistan attack the spinners. Know what Santner has to offer. I think Michael Bracewell has a big part to play for mine, even if it does get a little damp. He's got such a big, strong off spinner. I think he will have a real role to play tonight, Ramiz, and that will be one of the things. Different opening combination. How do these two combine? They've batted together a little bit at different times, but how do they combine? And of course, with Fakhar Zaman having left the field very early on and proceeding the first over, he won't be allowed to bat for another 25 minutes. So Pakistan will be hoping that that is at number 3 whenever that comes about.
It's got to be steady show up front. You've got a left-hander in Saud Shakil opening the innings now with Babar Azam. There's been a debate regarding where Babar Azam should bat in ODI. Still feel that opening is not a bad slot for him because he's not as adventurous as Fakhar Zaman, but still can be impactful with the way how field is set up in the first 6-10 overs. Babar Azam, the moment his name or his picture comes on the screen, there's a roar from the crowd. He's a favorite, and a lot will depend on how he progresses in this run chase. It's Saud Shakil who is on strike. Matt Henry is the bowler. slip is in place. He's never opened in an ODI international, South Shakil, or even in a List A game, so this is a big move forward for him. Shot cover point, in fact 2 points, no gully. Very secure offside field for the left-hander.
Not a swing bowler by any stretch of the imagination, Matt Henry, but he does nip the ball around, the new ball in particular. The one that goes across the left-hander looks like it should come back in and then just nips across the left-hander. Brings the LBW into play a lot for the right-handers. All about line and length for Matt Henry.
In case you forgot, he's still here, Richard Kettleborough. SIS Saikat. SIS Saikat, in fact.
Pretty special moment. Saad Shakil, born in Karachi, raised here as well, so to be able, we've talked so much about how an incredible experience is for these Pakistan players to play a world event at home, but stepping out on your home ground with the comfort that you've got, well, he hasn't opened in List A cricket. The fact that this is his home ground, the fact that he's grown up here in these streets will give him some confidence.
Pakistan need to show energy between the wickets. We saw that and plenty of it from New Zealand. And well, he's making his presence felt. He's gardening the surface, a few nods here and there, shrug off a bit of nervousness.
Like that line and length for Babar Azam. I think to allow Henry to bowl there, I'd like to see a short mid-wicket in place, and you can bring the man at sort of mid-wicket, maybe just a little square. He's moving actually more towards a genuine mid-wicket now. Take one from the offside, maybe the man at cover point on the edge of the circle, bring him into a short mid-wicket and allow another one at square leg, just to bowl straight, try and target the pads.
That one kept just a little bit low as well. There'll be some variations in the surface. One without a wicket, Pakistan.
Just a touch low. It's probably made it look a little worse than it was, but it did keep a touch low.
That's what is on offer from Pakistan. Fakhr will bat, hopefully at number 3. Rizwan in the middle order, Salman Ali Agha. They've been a success story of late, and then the big strikers in Tayyab and Khushdil Shah. Oroq, plenty of talent, just 23 years old and plenty of height.
Ramez, for me, he could be the bowler of the tournament. There is such massive reps on this guy. His height, out of all the bowlers, he's got the second highest release point in this competition. He hits the bat hard, and a lot of players that face up say he hits the bat a lot harder than what they expect. He's a lot quicker. He can get up and above 140. He'll angle the ball away from Shakil.
Look at the keeper way standing. Not only is he tall, but he's quick.
best understanding of what Saad Shakil just said there was there's a light on, or something like a light shining. A fridge maybe, just above the sight screen. It's off now. Turn the fridge off.
Starts off with a wide. That usually happens with building him up as a strike force, and he bowls a wide one. How could you do that?
I was thinking that. I thought, oh, Katie, come on, you're better than that. But I don't think I am. Swing bowling at 140 plus is what is probably the biggest challenge for a batter. Not just his height, but his fact he swings at a high pace as well.
It's about hard length, it's about bowling within the stumps. And we say that so often, New Zealand, that they do the simple things so well, and they tend to be difficult ones, the simple things. Because you're looking for variations, you're looking for magical balls, but at times it just requires a bit of calm down and hitting that length early on. It's the last thing any batsman need, disturbance behind the sight screen. It's happened twice now in 2 balls.
इस रमजान की ज़कात और अपनी एहतियात खुद को ताकि इल्म की ये शमा जलती रहे।
Hi, I'm Dr. John
The separation going on out there, and the blue worm is fallen way short of where it has to be. So while you're hot, just get him in the game. Glenn Phillips at the bowling crease.
Oh boy, good period here. 20 overs, lads.
Here's a real opportunity for Babar Azam, I think. Hitting with the breeze to the leg side. It's time that he steps up and takes this opportunity to take Glenn Phillips on.
The other issue here is that we know that Fakhr's not going to run that quick single or even come back for two. So we talked about how good New Zealand were when they rotated strike. Now rotation of strike right now is only when it goes to the boundary.
Well, it's not very often New Zealand would use two spinners before Santner would bowl. But he has bowled Phillips here for the exact reason that the left-hander's on strike, looking to fetch it onside against the spin. And Phillips does get turned. It makes it a harder option to fetch it.
So good, Jeets. So good, boy.
Another dot. Tick, tick, tick.
Up there for you, GP.
60 dot balls. Incredible.
Again, lads, and again.
Charges straight down the ground for four.
It's not right out of the middle, but it's still the boundary. Fakhar Zaman using his feet on this occasion. Doesn't look too good running between wickets. As soon as he's down the striker's end, he's moving beautifully.
Well, he was nowhere near the pitch of that, and he hit round it as well, but he found the timing and the placement. And now we've got an issue, have we? Fakhar Zaman, is he even able to continue now? Is he even able to continue doing this? Because the risk is he does himself so much damage doing this that he can't play again.
In the game, lads. Come on.
That could be the issue.
So now what can Phillips do? He can start bowling slow. Get it wide and get it slow. Especially somebody who's injured.
Good. Brilliant, boys.
He's gone. Fakhar Zaman is gone. He's down on his haunches. He's in absolute agony here. He just can't continue, surely. I'm not sure if he's signalling for another batsman or the trainer to come out and help him out here, but he is just unable to get anything going with the legs. And vent as he might, he just can't do it. It's just too painful.
Yeah, you don't want to look at this if you're a Pakistani fan. You look at the batting lineup and you say Fakhar Zaman is your X factor, the enforcer. And look at this and you think, is this his tournament? Which would be massive, massive loss. Pakistan have lost Saim Ayub. Fakhar comes in and in the tri-series he looked the part. Now he's forcing himself to bat on. If it's only a cramp, then it's fine. But if that pull, here it is, he fell awkwardly and just felt it straight away. Touching his back, really.
Well, he's unable to run at all with any pace. It looks like put the helmet on, he's going to stay out there and continue to hit because there's very few other options that he can do. But you're right, just looking at those pictures, it may more be back related. We were told it was muscle. They didn't give us any general area of the body, which muscle it was, whether it was calf or hamstring. But it may well be sort of the lumbar region or in the rib cage area, the cartilage perhaps.
Meanwhile, New Zealand won't drop their standards. They will continue to put pressure on inside the circle, and with Phillips, you've got someone who's going to save you probably 15 or 20 runs in the course of a 50-over game, just with that athleticism. Might even get you a wicket. And now he runs a single quite quickly. He's not going to run 2 in a row. That is for sure. 14 overs gone. It's 41 for 2 here in Karachi.
अरे रघु, यार नेक्स्ट वीक मेरे पेरेंट्स इंडिया से आ रहे हैं। बताना इंश्योरेंस कहाँ से लूँ? तुझे नहीं पता? नहीं। किसे नहीं पता? किसे नहीं पता? किसे नहीं पता?
क्या नहीं पता?
अरे संजू को नहीं पता। पेरेंट्स इंडिया से आ रहे हैं, तो इंश्योरेंस कहाँ से लूँ?
संजू, तुझे सच में नहीं पता?
Visitorscoverage.com. Insurance for parents visiting the USA.
सबको पता है।
Yeah, it's getting tougher and tougher for Fakhar because he's got to hit out. As simple as that. His fitness doesn't allow him to take those quick singles. Even a long single at this stage looks pretty daunting. And New Zealand will bowl slower and slower. No pace on the ball.
The best way that you counteract any kind of pain in the body is